Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How is everybody doing today? We're getting ready to finish up the Fuzzcap Fungi Friends. One moment while I finish getting everything ready here. Testing. Testing. There we go. Was working perfectly fine before I started the stream. I hate that when that happens. Our affirmation for today, pardon me, you will get there. You're going to do great today. Isn't that a nice affirmation for a Tuesday? Tuesday is usually a busy day of the week for everybody. And this is your reminder that you're going to do great today. Put these up out of the way for now. Here is our current page. A little bit crooked. Maybe that'll help. There we go. This is what we did last week. And we need to do the snail and do the grasses and the land. And of course, do our beautiful crystals. So that's what we're going to work on today. And I thought we'd start with Mr. Snail up there. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom on in. Get Mr. Snail on the screen here. Maybe. There we go. That'll work. How about that right there? There. Now we can look at the entertaining little asparagus dude that we did last week. Hi, Sherry. How are you today? Getting ready to start on the snail today. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Did you have a nice holiday? Oh, it was great. It was pretty quiet, except I did go see my nephew and my great nephews, and we had a gaming day, played some video games together, so that was really nice. All right, I think we're going to start with a little beige. Good, I'm glad to hear that. Uh-oh. Gotta have it steady. There we go. I like that better. Can you still see that? There, that'll work. And we're just going to add a little bit of beige to him. Don't worry, he'll get more colorful as we go along. So anyway, I went over to my nephew's house. Of course, he's got 2 boys, and his oldest boy plays video games. And we often get together of an afternoon and just sit down and play and talk about our games. And of course, Aunt Amy, Aunt Amy, Aunt Amy, look, look, look. That's my great nephew. So I have to watch him play too. Well, on Sunday, I went over there and he wanted to play Minecraft with me. So I had to dig in my wallet and get out a PlayStation Plus account and so we could play Minecraft. I'm a pushover when it comes to my babies. So we played that for a couple hours and had a good time. That was really nice. A lot of fun. All right, we're just putting the beige in like the highlight area over here on the shell. Hi, Eggie. How are you today? Going to come in with a little bit of Deco Pink. Warm him up just a little bit. So we had a great time playing Minecraft, and then we played one game of Fortnite. And let me tell you what, coming in 35th is a little bit humbling. I don't play Fortnite. I'm not a Fortnite player at all. And it showed. But we had some laughs, so that's good. That's what it's all about. I'm glad your weekend was nice, Sherry. Hope you got a lot done. High today here is going to be 82. So we are not out by the campfire because that's a little bit warm for me to be out by the fire. I mean, I've done it before, but hopefully next week we'll have nicer weather and we will be outside by the campfire doing this. I like it when we're out by the campfire. There we go. A little extra layer on his face here. Right in through here. I love coloring snails. Hello, Joe. How are you today? Yes, Sherry, it was very humbling. Thank you. This is from the coloring book, The Mystical Lands of Klynnadra, Autumn's Magic by Karen Myers. You can find her on Amazon. She has many, many coloring books out that are just as whimsical, just as... She's got a whole library. And she draws everything by hand. And I love that about her. I love that these are all from her imagination. It's an entire world that she's created for us to color. You made a list of what's not moving. Oh, that's tough, Sherry. That is tough. All right. I'm going to sharpen a pencil real quick. Sharpening a pencil. And we're going to bring in that yellowed orange. I know moving is not a fun thing to do. And I appreciate that you take a break and spend some time here coloring. I know you love to color. I've been watching you now on Instagram, and whew, I don't think I can color as fast as you do, Sherry. And I know it's hard with the moving. You don't have as much time. I really appreciate you being here. Get something like that. We're going to leave that color. Maybe just a little bit in here. Oh, like that. Oh, how fun. Right, it's hard. It's hard. What are you up to today, Joe? Are you having a beautiful day? How's your day going, Eggie? I'm going to bring in a little bit of that mahogany. Remember, we want color harmony in our piece. And you do that by repeating colors. Oops. You still see that okay? All right. Oh, I like how that's coming along. Oh, wow. Oh, there's a new Farming Simulator 25 patch out, but it's telling me 42 days on the download, right? I would imagine they're swamped too. I can imagine so, especially, right after the holiday for us here in the US. Oh, this snail is too much fun to color. Hey, 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 hey. What are you guys doing? I'm looking after a couple. Hey, 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 no. No, we're going to play nice. Looking after a couple kittens and they're not wanting to play nice. They're wanting to roughhouse in here. We can't have that now. They need to go outside if they're going to do that. Oh, we've got some new vehicles. Joe hopes it'll fix the multiplayer issue with the straps causing items to become unmovable once strapped to a trailer. Oh, that would be nice. I wonder if that's part of my problem I was running into the other night, where it just was not letting me unload something. Who knows? Not me. A little bit like that. Right? No, the items don't seem to be. There's something going on with them. I agree. Something funky. A little bit of that mulberry in here. Just to brighten that up a little bit there. And a little bit right there. I like that. Oh, oh, oh. No, get down, baby. One of the culprits. Says hello. That one wanted to climb on my art supplies just now. The joys of kittens. Sorry, sharpening a pencil. Gonna bring in just a little bit of sienna brown. Just right around there like that. Well, I guess, Joe, in 42 days you'll know. Hopefully it'll ease up. Hopefully the congestion will ease up soon. Now you two, can you hear their little grrr at each other? They think they're big and bad. Y'all, it's a nice day. You could go outside. There we go. Isn't it nap time? Crazy kitties, I tell you what. Yeah, hi. Well, see, technically, petting the kitty is, stretching your fingers out. So it's okay that they're in here. Reminds me to stretch my fingers. Good excuse to do that. All right. Then I come back in with a little light peach. Peachy him up a bit. Smooth the colors out a bit. Just about like that. and bring in some of that black grape. Put in a little bit of a shadow right there. Do the same right here. A little bit right here. Right here. Right there. A little bit under here. Oh, about like that. Now we've got a happy little snail. Isn't he beautiful? Oh, we gotta do this. Gotta make him a little bit darker. Pink on the cheek right there. There we go. Now he's happy. What a cute little snail. I like it. Thank you. Thank you. Of course, I hit the wrong button. That was fun to color. I think we'll leave him like that. Zoom out a little bit. Oh, wrong way. There he is on our page. Or most of the page. Hi, Jess. How are you today? We just finished coloring up our fun little snail friend up here. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you're doing well. Oh, I'm doing great. Had a nice long weekend. Got to see some family. My nephew, my great nephew, we played some video games together. So all in all, it was a good weekend. But now here we are back at it. And our affirmation again for today, you will get there. You're going to do great today. That is our affirmation of the day. All right. Now, let's quickly fill in the bottom here. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit. Right? Isn't that a beautiful affirmation for today? Especially on a busy Tuesday. Tuesdays are often very, very busy for a lot of people, especially coming back from the holiday. So people might feel a bit frazzled going back at it today, but just remember, you're going to do great today. All right. I think we will start. We're going to start out with a little permanent red. Oh, let me move these pencils out of the way. All right. Let's start off with a little permanent red at the tips of this plant over here. I don't know what kind of plant it is. I have no idea. But right now that ladybug stands out just a little too much for my taste. So we're going to bring some red over here to help balance that out. Whoops. Get up there. All right. Maybe a bit something like that to start with. Remember, we're going for color harmony in the whole piece. So we're going to bring in a little bit of that yellow to orange and overlap them just a little bit. Kind of give it a fiery autumn feel. Maybe a little bit like that. Grabbing a couple pencils here. There it is. Now we're going to come in a little bit of that kelp green. There we go. Like that. Now we're going to come in with a little bit of that green ochre. A friend of mine, the artistic biker, has a show every morning, 5:30 a.m. Texas time, 6:30 a.m. my time. And if you know me at all, I am not a morning person, but occasionally I make it to a show. I'll make it a point to be there on Sundays. Anyway, when he gets interrupted, when he is doing his art, he always says, "Can't talk arting." And I joked with him the other day that when I get busy coloring and can't think of what to say next, I should just say, can't talk coloring. Because sometimes you do get involved in your work and you forget that everything else around you, nothing else around you exists but whatever's on the paper. A lot of people call it being in your creative flow. And that's where I am right now, where I'm not used to talking when I'm in that flow. So sometimes you'll hear me get quiet, and that's okay. There we go. A little bit of that sienna brown. Just right back here. Maybe a little on the edges here. There, I like that. Exactly, Jess, exactly. If you're in the build paint mode, absolutely, you can get involved with it and forget there are other people around. I love it when it happens. I love it when it's just me and whatever's on the paper. Bring this up a little bit. Oh, I'm going to sharpen this real quick. Don't go nowhere. Sharpening a pencil. All right, can you see that all right? And we're going to poke in some of that black grape. There we go, just about like that. Now then, if we zoom out a little bit here, I'll zoom out just a little bit more. Hang on. I always told y'all we need a slider button. We need a slider button. This is what we're looking at so far now on the page. You see how we've got now the color harmony going on down here? How your eye flows back and forth. Put this up a little bit. I like that. I like that a lot. This is just too darling. I love this page. All right. Now everybody gets grounded. I'm going to ground everybody next. Won't this be fun? Actually, it will be. Let me zoom in just a little bit. Not that much. Please, please, YouTube, give me a slider button. Thank you. All right, there we go. Let me move this over. Oh, the joys of living in a mobile space. All right. Put this up here a little bit. I want to totally cover up our little snail. Let's not make him headless. Grabbing out some pencils real quick. Sometimes I grab out more pencils than I need, and that's okay. I don't have everything planned out ahead of time. I don't think that's any fun. Everything you see me do live, oh, get off of there, fly. You're not invited. Everything you see me do live, I do on the fly. I don't pre-plan. I don't know exactly what I'm going to be doing when I come live because that ruins the fun of going live for me. Part of the fun of going live is the spontaneity. Oh, what colors is she going to pick? Let's find out. Even she doesn't know. All right. So, I'm going to start with a little black grape. I realize you can't see what I'm doing because I'm working the wrong direction. Sorry about that. Again, sometimes I get caught up in what I'm doing. There we go. A little bit like that. A little bit of violet blue. A little bit of the dioxazine purple hue. A little hint of imperial violet. I'll come in now with some of that Tuscan red. About like that. Now we're going to bring in the chocolate. And we're going to come in with a little blender pencil. Soften it up a bit. Blend all those colors together. Just want you to see how magical that blender pencil works. And then you end up with a little something like that. Thank you, Jess. Thank you. I love the base. I love how it just melts right into the ladies here. I love how the green, brings up to the asparagus dude. Hello, Pamela. How are you today? Thank you, Sherry. We wanted to do color harmony, and that's how you do color harmony. You repeat your colors in different amounts in different areas of the piece. And that is how you get color harmony. How are you today, Pamela? And now the ladybug over here doesn't stick out quite as bad. It's now balanced with a little bit of red over here. I really like this. All right. We're almost done. I'm just going to put in a little greenery here, do the crystals real quick, and finish up the sign. And then we're going to move on. And let me show you the next page that we're going to start today. Gnomely Villas. Gnomely Villas. Really cute page. Oh, there comes the train in real life. But we'll be working on that page here in a little bit. Yes, the whole book is like that. It really is. This is the book. The Mystical Lands of Klynnadra, Autumn's Magic by Karen Myers. And it is, I love this. I love this book. It is magical. It is whimsical. It is amazing. And we've had a lot of fun in it so far. With our Ancient Oaks Academy. Let me get that up a little bit. I'm not going to mess with the zoom right now. Autumn Ridge Acres. Blazing Barrens Fireside. Bumble's Abode. Camp Equinox or Equinox. That was a fun fall page. Faith, Friends, and Flowers, not to be tongue-tied. We did our Friendly Forest Sprite. A little green dude there. And now we are finishing up our Fuzzcap Fungi Friends. And then we will be going on to the Gnomely Villas. That'll be a fun page. Thank you. Thank you, Jess. I appreciate that. Yeah, anytime. Anytime. I'm happy to do a recap. Anytime. Of what we've done so far and what we'll be doing here in a minute. And I like sharing everything. Let's see here. Get this in a good spot where you can see it good. All right. That's about as good as it's going to get. Oh, no, there we go. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, that's why. Gotta get your table stable. All right, now we're going to do for this right down here. Going to keep it simple, Sam. Come in with that kelp green. I did it again, didn't I? Yeah, remind me to go left to right. That's another reason why I wear the gloves. They're called gardening gloves. is because I have a tendency to do that. And it was easier than paper towels or bandanas. They were like $8 on Amazon. Otherwise, it is Smear City on my pages. Really helps out a lot. All right. That was a little bit of that kelp green. Now, where's my other one? I'm going to sharpen a pencil real quick. Hi, TK. How are you today? And we're just going to come back in with that moss green. Again, we don't need anything too detailed down here. We already did all the detailing on this page. Variety, yes. Great details, no. We don't need that anymore. We need to give the eyes a place to rest during the piece. There we go. A little bit of something like that. Whoops. Get too excited, push too hard. There we go. A little bit of something like that. We are coloring in The Mystical Lands of Klynnadra, Autumn's Magic by Karen Myers. It's available on Amazon. She has a whole host of coloring books, an entire library to pick from. I picked this one because I love autumn. I love fall. It's one of my favorite times of the year. So, for you fall lovers out there, are you the apple cider or are you the pumpkin spice? Which one are you? I'm the apple cider. I will admit it. I love a good mug of cider by the fire. Nom, 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 nom. TK says apple cider. Jess says both, but really, chai latte is the win for you, is the win for her. I'm just going to come in here with a little black grape. Y'all aren't tired of hearing me say how much I love black grape, are you? You're not tired of that yet? I hope not, because it's a wonderful color. It's very versatile. I'll come in here and put a little shadow in here. Off of there, whatever you are. I probably should have invested stock in black grape a long time ago. A little bit of something like that. Oh, that's not good, TK. I hope you feel better soon. Sherry says hot coffee for her. Yes, the crystal is coming up next. Thanks a lot, Jess. Put the pressure on. I'm teasing, I'm teasing, I'm teasing. But yes, we're going to work on the crystal next. Get this over here. She says, oh, no pressure, no pressure. Uh-huh. There it is. Ready to go. I'm looking for colors. There it is. There it is. Found it. All right, let me sharpen a couple pencils here. Like I was saying earlier, I color on the fly. I don't pre-plan much of anything. Well, hi, Whiskey Creek. How are you doing today? Black cherry and deco pink. Yes. What do you think of that combo, Sherry? Personally, I am in love with it. Yes, it is a great combination. Black cherry doesn't get near enough love. It really doesn't. All right. Bum, 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 bum. I think we're going to start with a little violet. What are you up to today, Whiskey? Are you out in the field today? Sherry says she's using it on some water lilies. Oh, that's beautiful. That yellow to orange. All right, Whiskey Creek is doing great and he's in the field. That Tuscan red. Glad to hear that. What's the weather like for you, Whiskey? Oh, rainier cherries. Yum. That sounds amazing. Brazilian lemonade. No, I sure haven't heard of that. A little bit of that mulberry. Not that one. Mm. Got one of those little bits. Hang on. One of those sharp bits in my pencil. Oh, it's still there. I hate that when that happens. There we go. Found it. I just scratched it on a blank piece of paper to get it out of there. Oh, I colored right off the page. I colored right off the screen. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry about that, guys. Bad habit. All right, then we're going to come in with a little bit of that black grape. Maybe a little bit something like that. TK, I have published 3 coloring books. Ivy's Magical Adventures, Ivy's Sunflower Spectacular, and Ivy's Peculiar Patterns. And on Fridays, we color in one of my books. This is my book under here. That's the book we've been... Nope, that's Sunflower Spectacular, sorry. Magical Adventures is underneath of it. And that's the one we've been coloring in on Fridays. That big sunflower spread, that's from my book. We're just taking the blender pencil now in here and blending it and smoothing out these crystals. Yes, I have 3 coloring books. Ivy's Magical Adventures. Oops, sorry about that. Ivy's Peculiar Patterns and Ivy's Sunflower Spectacular. They're all available on Amazon. And Ivy's Magical Adventure and Ivy's Peculiar Pattern is also available as a digital download over on my Patreon account. I still need to get the Sunflower Spectacular converted to digital. Because it's a different digital format than what Amazon wants, of course. I wish everybody would get together and agree. Just pick one format and stick with it. So right now we're just taking the colorless blender and just blending all the colors together. Literally. Makes everything nice and shiny. There's a train in real life. There we go. Let's get the debris out of the way. Oops. Brush off our page right there. All nice and up. We'll zoom out here a little bit. And there is where well, I didn't do the sign, but that's all right. That's where we're going to stop on that page for today. Thank you, Jess. Thank you. because I'm excited to get to the next page. And we've done about 5 million faceplates already. I like the color harmony in this. I like that the colors of the crystal are deeper, yet they don't detract from the rest of the page. It helps keep your eyes moving around the page. I think Karen did a wonderful job drawing this page. The elements are all there for a really fun page. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jess. Thank you, Sherry. I loved coloring this page. It was a lot of fun. I think it's a darling drawing. Pardon me. And we had a lot of fun coloring this. So, we're going to go ahead and call it finished with a date. And today is 9/2/25. There we go. Calling it done. Yes, I can. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Give me just one moment and I can grab that link for you. Maybe. I'm trying to find my link. There it is. You'd think I'd have that bookmarked already. There's a link to all of my books on Amazon. It sounds like I have a grade crossing for the train. I'm not sure what a grade crossing is, but yes, I'm about a block from the crossing. Thank you. Thank you. I really like this. I think we had a lot of fun with this. Next, we have the Gnomely Villas. Let's get, where did I put it? Gotta get a little clip on that page to help hold it down. All right, here we've got, let me get this on the screen for you. Gnomely Villas. Some beautiful, cute gnome pumpkin houses. TK, you were having a problem with that the other day, too. And I don't know why. Is anybody else having trouble with my link? link is broken. What? Oh, that's weird. Hang on. Okay. Oh, that's weird. Why isn't it copying? It's not copying correctly. Hang on. That is weird. What about that one? Try that one. All right. Thank you, Joe. Thank you. All right. Good deal. Good deal. I don't know why it was copying it funny. Oh, well, I'm glad we got that solved. The link is also in my description on my page. All right. Let's pull out some colors. That's weird, TK. Well, if you go to my profile, you can find the link there. You go to my page, it should show all the links. And it's there. I know it's there. All right. I'm pulling out colors, guys. Of course, we're going to make the pumpkins the traditional color of pumpkins. That nice orange yellow color. But we've got to pull out some greens. We need some browns. We need a red. We need a darker brown. All right. Let's start with this handful of pencils. We may add more as we go along. You know how that goes. Get them a bit organized here. All right. Well, hello, Biker Mouse. How are you today? I'm doing well, thank you. We're just getting ready to start on the Gnomely Villas. You're just in time. Must be late for you there, Biker Mouse. Let's see. Let's get this picture up a little bit. And we're going to start over here and work kind of left to right, because that'll help remind me to work. Yes, this is the same book, The Mystical Lands of Klynnadra, Autumn's Magic by Karen Myers. This is the next page in the book. 8:30 there where he is. Karen did a beautiful job with this book. I love it. It's all hand-drawn, and I love coloring her pieces. This is an absolute joy to do. I love doing it. She doesn't pay me to say how much I love this book either. I fell in love with it a long time ago. I don't get compensated. I bought the book from Amazon, you know, the whole 9 yards. I just think it's an adorable book. And we're doing it from one page to the next. We're going to do the whole book. And then we'll probably pick another book and do it. All right. We're going to come in with a little bit of that permanent red. I like that permanent red. And color these little berries red. And we're just going to keep them real simple. Nothing fancy, just straight permanent red. Leaving a little highlight on each berry. You're stuck either way. The game servers are having issues downloading the new update. Oh, yes. That's what I heard. Well, I'm glad you could join us. I am sorry the servers are wrecking havoc on everybody today. Obviously, I've been working on this all day, so I hadn't even had a chance to look yet. Just like that. Real simple. Oh, you're fine. Joe's finally updated after saying 42 days. But as soon as he loaded the game, it crashed. Oh, no. There's a build menu issue with the new update. For some people, additional fill type seems to be a conflicting mod at the moment. Joe closed it and loaded Russian fishing. All right, as long as you're having fun, Joe. Others are having the game crash after loading. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's not good. There's a tiny little violet on here. Right at the bottom edge. Just about like this. Remember, it's those tiny little details that make the difference. Like that. Real simple. Jess says hers is updated and loaded fine so far. Good. All right, Biker Pals. Yeah. What else do you play when you're not playing Farming Simulator? I play City Skylines. I play a little bit of Skyrim. I play gosh, what else do I play? A lot of Kingdom Hearts. I play with my great nephew. We played some Minecraft the other day. That was fun. I'm not good at it, but it was fun. Same with Fortnite. I played it, but I'm not any good at it. Oh, Ivy's played some Skyrim, let me tell you what. Y'all ought to hear me when I narrate that game. Maybe one day I'll do a Skyrim channel. Oh, and here we've got some flowers we need to pick. I do. I love that game. I love Oblivion. I love anything Dungeons and Dragons related, even remotely. I started playing Dungeons and Dragons in the 7th grade when it first came out with 2nd edition. I haven't played it actually in years, not tabletop, but I love it. And if I had a reason to find a group, I would. Great game. Using your imagination. Biker Mouse C plays Farthest Frontier, Manor Lords, Bellwright, Anno, Timberborn. You know, I know none of those games. Isn't that sad? Joe is waiting on the next and Plains and Prairies update to finish downloading. Okay. Well, I hope it doesn't take 42 days. All right. We're going to come in now with that lovely espresso. And we're going to start filling in this wreath. So let's get started. Baldur's Gate 3. Is that the one they just remastered? No, that was Oblivion they just remastered. Oh, well, hello, Jeremy. Thank you for coming. Oh, you got your first route done 2 hours early. Good for you. Whiskey Creek plays FS25. Well, I'm glad you could join us. And yes, I'm pretty sure you know. Well, I'm glad you could join us, Jeremy. Farming Simulator 25 apparently is having a busy day with the servers and people's games crashing because of the update. So it's a good thing right now you don't have 25, but I know you play 22. Are there any other video games that you play? We're talking about how I started playing Dungeons and Dragons in the 7th grade when 2nd edition first came out. And how now I love all things. I love Skyrim. Oh, Fallout. Of course I play Fallout. I think Fallout 3 was the best. Then Fallout 4, and I'm sorry, fans, then New Vegas. I did not like New Vegas. I'm going to get crucified for that, I know. I was not a fan. Oh, why didn't you guys tell me? I'm coloring right off the page there. Okay, Sherry, have fun. Have fun, Sherry. Go take care of that grandbaby. Jeremy plays super nerdy games. 3 text-based sports game. Oh, that's right. You did say sports games. Playing around on spreadsheets. Yes, I hope to see you tomorrow at Hillbillies at 9 o'clock in the morning. Y'all let me get away with coloring right off the page here. Coloring right off the screen. See, I just get so involved in doing it. Solitaire and Sudoku. Right? I am a gamer from way back in the 80s. And nothing's going to change that. I will figure out a way to game for the rest of my life. I have too vivid of an imagination to keep it all to myself. I make up stories all the time, by the way. I really should start publishing some of them, especially for FS25. I'll even go so far as to save all the video where I'm talking about it. And then I run out of time or whatever, and I just don't ever do it. I end up then deleting the videos. We're just darkening up the edges here. Of this branch. Working our way around slowly. We're using that beautiful color espresso. It's a dark gray brown color. Just kind of making our way around the tree here, around the wreath. Well, hello, Britt. How are you doing today? No, there is a place over in the next town over to me that has one shop that still runs tabletop games. That I know of. I think they play all kinds there. Joe enjoys Risk as well as Axis and Allies and Kemet. I don't know that word. Kemet. Jeremy says maybe I'm the only one that thought tabletop games meant old board games. Well, everything, Jeremy. But in that case, I was talking about Dungeons and Dragons. Well, I hope you can do that tonight, Whiskey. I hope the server is acting right by then. Let's see. Joe says he does make decent income printing models for tabletop players still. Oh, wow. Yeah, you need an active imagination, I think, to enjoy that kind of game style where everything has to be made up on the spot. Roll the dice and figure out if you succeeded or not. There we go. Bit like that for this section. And we're gonna take it in sections as we go around. So now we're gonna add nope, wrong one. Let me sharpen a pencil here real quick. All right, now we're going to come in with a little bit of light umber. Right, Jeremy? Jeremy says he has zero imagination, so when he was 16, they kicked him out of his D&D group. Oh, Jeremy. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you kept asking the logical question like, is it time for second breakfast? I kid. I'm joking. Well, hi, Reaper. How are you? I don't mean to be coloring where you can't see my hands. I'm still not used to that yet, guys. I'm sorry. I want you to see what I'm doing as I'm doing it. It's only me covering up the good stuff. The book that we're coloring from is The Mystical Lands of Klynnadra, Autumn's Magic by Karen Myers. Adult coloring book. Can't talk coloring. Artistic Biker, if you're out there watching, thank you. Made me laugh. He always says can't talk arting. So I told him I was going to start saying can't talk coloring. I am enjoying this immensely. Coloring to me is very relaxing, very enjoyable. And I love having company when I color. Love having all of you here today. Even if I forget to talk sometimes. Yeah, I'll make my day. There we go. How about that? My Discord is up and running. I have not been able to test out the voice features yet. Yes, Jeremy, those are pumpkins. The Gnomely villas. Oh, I hope you get it, Jeremy. If not, that's all right. Excellent, TK. I'm hoping to have another one out in October, a new coloring book coming out in October. Fingers crossed. Jeremy, it's okay if you forget to talk. It's about the art, not the artist. Oh, artiste. It's not the artiste. Eh. Let me get a couple pencils out here. I got to sharpen a pencil here, sharpening a pencil. All right, we're going to come down to these acorns. Where's my sand color? Put in a little sand here. Can y'all see that? Okay. A little bit of sand there. No, I'm covered. See, I'm covering it all up. Not letting you watch me do a thing. All right. Then we're going to come in with a little burnt ochre. You'd think I'd have all these colors memorized by now, but I don't actually have their names all memorized. I know, shock, shock. I've only been working with these pencils, you know, for, 25, 26, 27 years now. Boy, that hurts the brain to think that far back. Pretty soon it's going to be because I forgot the colors. Ha ha ha. I always do try to call my colors out, though, as I use them. That way you know exactly what color I picked up. That's sand right there again. And I'm just blending the two colors together here. Smoothing it out. Now we're going to go back to that burnt ochre. A little bit like that. Oh dear, Reaper. Yeah, go charge your phone. Yeah, I know. It's been a long day for you, Reaper. Oh no. Nope. Just doesn't need any news. That chocolate. Coming in with a little bit of that chocolate on the edges here. A little bit up under there like that. There we go, about like that. That'll work. Oh, school started today where Jess is. Burnt ochre. Well, best of luck to all the kids going back to school today. You all have a great year. And if you're a teacher out there, thank you so much for all that you do for all the kids. If you ever need lesson plans for something to do during one of your classes, my friend the Artistic Biker has just started uploading art related lesson plans that are all based in science or history or the natural world. He draws a random object every day from the random object random mortifier. That was sand. Oh, Aunt, you're not welcome. And he talks about the item that he draws, and he draws it out and he sketches it and he washes it up, adds color to it with an ink and wash. It's really great. I learn a lot of stuff from his streams, but it is awfully early in the morning for me. It's 6:30 my time, 5:30 his time. He gets up and does this so he can keep up with his art practice. Again, that's the Artistic Biker. And I love catching his streams. I'm usually there on Sunday mornings to support him. I'm going to add a little bit of that chocolate in here. I actually do set my alarm on Sundays and participate in his chat. That's usually prime sleeping time for me. I am a night owl. All right, there we go. 3 little acorns sitting in the tree. All right, Whiskey, I will do that. I'll do it after the stream, though, because I can't do it right now. I haven't downloaded Discord on my tablet yet. I need to do that. It's on my phone, but not my tablet. And my phone is what I'm using to stream right now. All right. Gonna come in with a little bit of that espresso. Work our way around the branch. There we go, about like that. Do y'all hear my cat snoring? The cat has snored as long as I have known her. The kittens, by the way, did eventually go outside and play. Hi, Luke. How are you today? I'm going to sharpen this pencil real quick. Britt is mom to Luke, and Luke is a dear friend of mine who often watches my channel with his mom. And I know them in real life. How was school today, Luke? How's your girlfriends? I hope it's going well for him. There we go. Well, I mean, Britt's my friend too. And she's my dear friend too. Good. I'm glad he had a good day. That is awesome. I'm glad he loves school this year. All right, we're going to come in with a little bit of that burnt umber then. Always good when a kid loves school. That's very important. Just putting a little bit of this burnt umber over the espresso. It gives it that brown gray look. That's why we're doing it in these colors. Because remember, the wreath here is not the focal point of the piece. The pumpkins are the focal point on this page. So we don't have to be too detailed on the wreath. Just give it some basic highlights and shadows. About like that. Luke says he's working hard in school and he loves reading and math and science. Good for him. Good for him. I love science. Welcome back, Reaper. I know, Reaper, you are not fond of school because you are so far ahead, I believe, of everybody else your age that about now it's probably very boring for you. So I believe it. I think if you stick with it, though, and you go on to college, I really, truly believe, Reaper, you will have an amazing life. I think you could do anything you wanted to do. You're so smart. I did not enjoy math. I am not a math person to this day. I am not a math person. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to move that off the page or off the screen there. And, you know, I laugh now at my math teachers who told me that we wouldn't be carrying around a calculator everywhere. I guess we showed her. Him, actually. It was a him. All right, and remember that trick that we did with the permanent red on the other leaves? We're going to do that again. It's called continuity through the book. If you repeat certain elements along the way in your book, then you're coloring it as a collection and not just page by page. That's why we're repeating colors. That's why we're using the same color palette. Because when I get done, I want the entire book to be a showcase in the same color scheme. Does that make sense, everybody? All right, so we've got the red berries over here. And we're going to have to balance it out. We've got some berries up here that are going to be red and a little ladybug up here. So we need to put some red somewhere down here. Well, the only place really logical is on these leaves. Jeremy says that sounds like a good plan to him. All right. Yes, a bad teacher can ruin your joy of any subject. I know you won't, Reaper. I will miss you very much, but school is important. So we're going to bring in that permanent red just a little bit here and there. Maybe like on that edge there. On this outer edge here. A little bit. Maybe a little in there. And bring in a little bit of that sand next. One moment, please, everybody.
You live streaming?
Oh. Sorry about that, everyone. What a day. All right. Got my flow interrupted there. Coming in with a little sand here. Maybe about like that. Well, you're welcome, Jeremy. You're welcome. I'm glad it's making the time fly. Yes, it does. Those will be very long days, Reaper, and I'm sorry about that. That is the bad thing about school, and I believe it is way too long. I honestly do. I believe a lot of kids would be better off if they shortened the day. Add in a little bit of that burnt sienna. Yes, I think kids do go longer now. Because yeah, I remember going from September to May, and that was it. I don't remember this starting in August. I mean, a lot of kids started at the first part of August. I don't ever remember doing that. Way too hot in August to start the kids normally. Of course, we didn't have air conditioning back then either. I remember being in fifth grade and the teacher opening up the windows and turning on the fan. We all thought that was cool because we got the windows open that day. But I mean, we had one box fan for the entire classroom. That was an unusually warm day in September. Maybe about like that. Where did it go? Yeah, wow, that's crazy. That's crazy he went back that early. I still was not ready for that. This is a little bit of that moss green. Oh, no, 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 no. Hey, everybody, that was Callie. Oh, that scared the crap out of me. No, Jeremy, I do not pre-plan. I go with the flow. That's Callie. She was the one snoring a minute ago, if you heard her. She's an old lady. She's one of the matriarchs around here, and she does what she pleases. She hasn't pulled that one in a minute. I have a general color palette picked out for this book, Jeremy, and then I go with colors from the palette. But what color I'm going to do what specifically when I go to a new page, I don't know. You literally get to watch me think on that. And that's part of the fun about coloring live for me is I don't know what I'm going to do either. Oh, I don't even know, Reaper. I don't know the answer to that question. Oops, sorry about that. Get back on there. I'm just as surprised as you when we color a page. I mean, that's the whole point of live coloring is on the fly. If it turns out horrible, I mean, y'all watched me do it. I don't practice ahead of time. Now, I might have an idea about what techniques I want to talk about that day. Or what tip I want to remind everybody of. But as far as what colors, no, I don't pre-plan them. That's part of the spontaneity and the fun of it for me. No, actually, Jeremy, I don't know that because I can produce some really ugly looking stuff. I really honestly can. Y'all just don't believe me because I don't show you. Oh, that's not good, Britt. Yes, Ivy is the proverbial cat lady. I do watch it after a pack of ferals. So when you ask me how many there are, I don't know. I honestly do not know. They get food, they get water, they get shelter, and if they come and see me, they get petted and an electric blanket to sleep on at night. So, and flea meds if they come that close. It was a feral cat who bit me on the finger back in January. He was dying, and my finger got in the way. while I was trying to comfort him, and that's how I ended up with the damaged finger. That still doesn't work properly. That is this finger here. There's still a scar on it. And there's still a knot underneath there. I almost lost the finger. So, yeah. His name was Dave. He was my baby. He was the smartest, sweetest cat. And it was not his fault. But that's how I ended up with that, because I do take care of, and that's the first time in I don't know how many years of doing this that I've ever gotten injured. Right? I would do it again in a heartbeat, because I don't believe anybody or anything should be alone when they die. You know, anything that has a soul, they should be comforted in their last moments on earth. That is my personal belief. I don't expect anybody else to believe the same. All right. We're going to blend this together a little bit. Dave was on the path to be my constant companion, and he came down sick, and he went fairly quickly, but he had a seizure in the process. Anyway, I miss him dearly. He was an awesome kitty. So I will never stop taking care of ferals for as long as I live. No matter where I'm at, I will help out where I can. So they get food and water, and they have shelter. And when they want attention, they can come and find me. I don't ever force them to come to me. I let them come of their own free will. You know. I mean, they get the RV in the winter. So, you know, not a bad deal in the winter. I even put a cat door already in the RV door. So when I do have to shut it this winter, the cats can come and go as they please. So yes, I am the quintessential cat lady. And I don't mind it one bit. No, seizures are not fun. Even though I believe that cats are wild animals at their heart, and some can be tamed to live indoors, I don't believe that's the place for every cat. Okay? I don't believe that's always the right answer. Yes, Epilepsy Awareness Month is coming up in November. Our dear friend Luke suffers from epilepsy. I hope you don't mind me saying that, Britt. I don't think so. Y'all don't know Luke personally. He is awesome, though. And he loves the trains. He watches my Auntie Read series as well as all of his friends. And they're on me to get the RV finished so I can start reading again. And I'm working on it, kiddos. I am working on it. Matter of fact, I'll probably have to go down and not produce as many videos. I'll still do my live streams while I'm working on the RB, but the other coloring videos are going to be further and further in between as I work on the RB and start finishing up that book. Oh, September's a busy month. Ivy's Fantastic Felines will hopefully be out next month. No promises on the date, though. I'll let you know as I get more done in it. There we go. Yes, wear purple in November for Luke. Well, if I actually want to see the train, I do have to, go about a half a block. But I listen to them all day long, all night long. Y'all have heard them about a million times. There is no schedule. I can't predict it. I'm not privy to that kind of information. That would be awesome, Jeremy. Thank you. And not all seizures are thrashing on the ground, tongue hanging out, uncontrollable movements. Yeah, the Sunday night that's about on average. I'll pick up that kelp and do this little stem down here. Oops. And he's been bugging me to make him a coloring book. So next year's coloring book will be a children's coloring book. After Fantastic Felines, I'll probably put it in a bigger format, big as they'll let me. Yes, absent seizures. Where he's just staring out into outer space. And it looks like they're looking right at you. What's the 1,000-yard stare? Yep. Hi, Luke. What kind of work do I need to do? I need to finish up the roof and get it insulated for winter. All right. We're going to keep moving around the wreath here. Pretty soon I'm going to have to take a little break and get a drink. But we're going to do this little piece right here before we do that. Yes, pumpkins are orange. We will be doing the pumpkins orange. Welcome back, Whiskey. Yes, Jeremy, I already have a list going of what Luke wants in the coloring book. Well, TK, if I was a millionaire or had enough money, I would most definitely hire somebody to do it for me. But since I'm broke, I'm going to move this over just a little bit. It's DIY or it doesn't get done. Stop doing that. I'm not in the most stable place at the moment. I should have put the lid for the box that I'm coloring on. Anyway, long story short. Sorry, it's not real stable. This is that beautiful espresso color. Yeah, I know. We got to get to the orange pumpkins for Luke. So we're going to do this little section right here. And then I'm going to go get a drink because my mouth is getting dry from talking. And then we'll do the orange pumpkins. All right, Luke? All right. I'm hurrying, buddy. I know you're excited about the pumpkins. A little bit of that light umber. About like that. There we go. All right. I'm going to go get a drink, Luke, and then we'll do the orange pumpkins. All right. Yes. Happy Halloween. Oh, Whiskey's name is Luke, too. Awesome name. All right. I will be right back. Let me go grab a drink real quick. Remember, you will get there. You're going to do great today. That's our affirmation for today. Oh. All right. I'm back. Sorry about that, everybody. We hadn't really taken a break and stretched our legs yet either today, so good thing we did that. All right, Duke. Duke. Duke is on my mind now. We got Luke and Luke and Duke. Where is Duke today? He didn't come in for lunch. Hi, Luke. Good to see you. That is awesome. All right, we're going to put a little bit of that sand color on here. I should have fixed that while I was gone, but oh well. Put a little bit of that sand color right here. A little bit right here. Running out of room to put pencils. A little bit of deco yellow. A little deco yellow because we got glow coming from the inside. And deco yellow makes a nice glow. Then we're going to come in with what's this one? Goldenrod. Yeah, we like goldenrod. A pumpkin bag? I would like that. Some goldenrod in here. All right. Getting the base color in here. That like that. A little bit of side hillying with you, Luke? Are you going on the side of a hill? Hair bit of yellow ochre up here. That like that. That yellowed orange. I love this yellow to orange color. Just doing nice big strokes here. Following the curve of the pumpkin. Johnny Cash, I Walk the Line. Who knows that song? That is currently playing on my Spotify list. There we go. Jeremy does. Britt does. Yes. Oh, well, that is perfect timing, Jeremy. I'm sorry you got to work today, but I hope you make the big bucks. Did I pull out 2 yellowed oranges? Yes, I did. Oh, I can't put it in there. Never mind. Oh, we'll just put it up here. That way we don't keep pulling out 2 of them. All right. A little bit of mineral orange. This is more of a natural orange. More earthy. A bit darker. We'll put it right here along these ribs on the pumpkin. About like that. Well, hello, Pig. How are you today? What, Jeremy? Did it drop down to 99 there? All right. A little bit of sunburst yellow. About like that. Maybe a little bit right here. Like that. It was in the high 90s last night, Burr, Jeremy says. I'm glad you could join us today, Pig. Are you having problems with Farming Simulator 25 today, too? Stay. Getting ready to add some orange to it. Pig says not having any problems because he hasn't played today. He recorded last night. Oh, there was an update today, Pig, and apparently it's wrecking some havoc on people. Jeremy says in a couple more weeks we'll be topping out in the 80s, low 90s, and it'll be great until May. Right? Don't forget to stretch your fingers, everybody. Oh, pardon me. Yeah, if you don't use any mods, you should be good. Although it told Joe that it was going to take 42 days for him to download the update. I think that was Joe anyway. All right. Let's add on some orange for Luke. The other Luke. Make it a nice bright orange pumpkin. Hey, Fly, you're not welcome. All right. Now we're going to smooth it out. I think pumpkins are cute. I used to enjoy pumpkin seeds a lot. I used to make them. I do not, though. I'm sorry, my New Zealand friends. I do not like roasted pumpkin. I tried it while I was there. I was not fond of it. I'm so sorry. Pig says he's playing a completely base game at the moment, so no drama. That works. How much would it cost you to have me... Wait, how much would it cost you to have me make you a patterned adult coloring book? I already have one of those, TK. You can buy it on Amazon. I am not interested in doing a one-off coloring book for anyone, TK. I'm sorry. Coloring books take way too much time to produce. I'm already 3 coloring books out with work I've got to do. I have the next 3 books planned. Because I draw everything by hand. I don't use any AI. I do use digital tools, which is different than AI. But my coloring books do not have any AI in them. No AI drawings at all. Everything in them's hand drawn by me. It takes me uncountable hours to make a coloring book. I do not use any shortcuts. And the profit margin on coloring books is about $2 a book that I will get in my pocket for every book sold. Amazon gets the rest. They probably hate me saying that, but coloring book artists do not make the big bucks. We do it because we love to draw. And we want fun stuff to color. I do use AI, all Ivy. That's a good one, Jeremy. That's a good one. Right? It's an unusual flavor, Jeremy, that I wasn't, we're here in the States, we are used to pumpkin pie, and actual real pumpkin doesn't taste anything like pumpkin pie. On occasion, I will eat some pumpkin pie. I would rather have cherry or apple instead of pumpkin pie, but on occasion, I'll eat it. How long does it take to make a coloring book? The first one I made probably took, I don't even have a calculator handy. Here we go. Where'd my calculator go? There it is. $480 is what I estimate it takes to make a coloring book. So 500 hours, essentially a book. Plus all the time that I spend promoting it, coloring in it. So yeah, when I get... No. Yes, exactly, Jeremy. You could make a coloring book in 5 minutes if you're willing to color in stock figures and hand turkeys. Right? But I don't. I put, I put thought into it. I put time and effort and energy and a lot of hours. It is more than a full-time job to produce a coloring book. Start to finish, if I started and did it all in one go, all the way through to the publishing, the promoting, roughly 2 months of my life is spent doing that every year to get a new book out. And that's just when I work on the book. That's not everything else I do, I can only draw so much at once. I can only color so much at once. But I'm doing good with these 4-hour sessions. That's really helping build my arm muscles up. Because I can now do a 4-hour session and the next day my hands are not absolutely killing me. And that's a good thing. That's what we wanted. Yay! Yay, reaching therapy goals. Coming from not being able to hold a pencil at all, I'm happy with that. I don't need to do 8-hour coloring sessions. Maybe we'll do it for charity one of these days. There we go, an orange pumpkin. Let me get him cleaned up a little bit here. Forgot this little part down here. My bad, we're going to have to go back in and fill that in. Thank you, Jeremy, thank you. Let me get back over on the chat so I can see what they're saying. Yeah, about 1,000 hours plus all told. Over the course of a year. Oh, Luke, I love pumpkin muffins. Those are good. Oh, stick figures. Yes, it is a labor of love. And I do it to honor Ripley. All right. Under 10 minutes from start. And I know you'll get all those packages delivered on time. I have faith in you. Well, hello, Benji. How are you today? All right, let's do this little guy right in there first because I forgot to do him. We're going to put a little bit more details on this one on the right. It's a little goldenrod right down here. A little bit of that mineral orange down here. And just a tad bit. No, not the sunburst. right there, a little bit of yellowed orange. There we go. Let's anchor it down now with a little black grape. How's Puppy today, Benji? How's the Benji puppy? I like watching those videos of the puppy out there, living his best little life. There we go, a little anchor right there. I'll darken it up a little over here. A little bit right up here. Maybe a little bit right there. There we go. All right, currently taking Benji for a walk. Good deal. All right, Jeremy, will you be safe on your route? Oh. Maybe you could have a free paid day. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed everybody gets a paid day off. That'd be nice. And then we're just going to blend this out a little bit. There we go. Not like that. And we got a fun, festive little pumpkin right there. All right. We'll catch you on the flip side, Jeremy. Have a beautiful evening. Be safe. Yes, Duke Retro Farmer tonight streams at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. Whatever that is, Jeremy's time. Out in Phoenix. He usually plays Farming Simulator. Occasionally he does something else, but that'll be later this evening. You will catch Jeremy and I there at that live. All right. There's one of our pumpkins, Luke. What do you think about the pumpkin? You like the pumpkin? I'll sharpen a pencil real quick. Actually, I had to sharpen my little blender. I'm going to have to order some soon. Look at that. Just a little nubbin left. Thank you, Jeremy. Jeremy wants to remind everybody to like and subscribe. I appreciate everybody joining me today. I really do. What a fun day this has been. Like I said, when I went to the art store the other week, they didn't have any blender pencils. Couldn't believe they didn't have any blender pencils. All right. I'm going to go back up here and finish this part off up here. And we're going to do the stem and that acorn and that little ladder next. We kind of jumped ahead because Luke wanted a pumpkin done. So we did the pumpkin. Let's start with the stem here. Coming in with a little bit of that espresso. Oh, that's part of the pumpkin back there too. Got a yellowed orange. A little bit of that yellow ochre. Missed that little part right back there. See, that's what happens when you color and you get to paying attention to 50 things at once. All right, then we're going to come in with that moss green. Going to give it a little bit of green on the stem. And then right here on this part, we're going to bring in a little lime peel. Y'all know I love this combination. Because how cool does that look? And again, the colors that I'm using on that stem are moss green, lime peel, and espresso. Isn't that a cool combination? I love this combination. Darken this up a little bit right here. There we go. About like that. It's packed with drivers, but you still think you'll get a route. All right, well, fingers crossed. Oh, sirens. I hear a lot of sirens going off. That espresso right there. There, I like that better. I like that. There we go. Just filled in that little ladder right like that. Just using that espresso, no other color. Like that. Oh, I'm sorry to hear it's muggy there, Jeremy. I know for a fact I didn't do anything. I don't go anywhere. I don't cause no trouble. I don't invite trouble. So unless it's a medical emergency with me, it is not me. This is that moss green. Now we're going to hit it with a little lime peel. Blend it all together. Oh, this song. Let me make sure I get the name right. Always on My Mind by Elvis Presley. Ha ha ha. I added the stem to it. That's pretty much what I did in that 5 minutes. Elvis singing You Were Always on My Mind. Wow, is that not beautiful or what? Do we have any Elvis impersonators in the room tonight? That'd be cool if there was. There we go. Oh, wow. Your uncle used to be an Elvis impersonator. What a small world. That is awesome. He looked the part but had to lip sync. Hey, sometimes you can't have it all. Whiskey Creek is just a farmer, he says. Thank you, Whiskey Creek. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sometimes I miss chat, and I try to catch up when I take a little mini break here. All right, we're going to continue around in this part here with the espresso. And Whiskey, never say you're just a farmer. We all eat because of you. Ain't no person in this country can have some food unless it's because of people like you, Whiskey. Ah, you all get me going. You all get me going at least once a stream. I am grateful every day for our farmers. And yes, I would love to learn how to drive a tractor of some sort, one of those big machines, to maybe give somebody a break for a day, you know. That's hard work. That's part of the reason why I want to learn. Anyway, now y'all know more about me than you ever wanted to know. Yes, a lot of love for the farmers. Juan's cousin is an Elvis impersonator. Oh my goodness, and you have an Elvis festival in town every year. Ha! That is awesome, Jess. I bet that is so much fun. That sounds like a great time. He Corny Rimple. Look up Corny Rimple. I'm gonna have to remember that. He does Johnny Cash as well and other voices for cartoons, etc. He's a DJ at his daytime job. Oh, that's awesome. I used to do that for a living. I used to do that for a while. Many, many moons ago. And I miss it, so here we are. It's the same sort of thing, doing a live stream. You know, making sure your audience is entertained. Make sure they're well informed. Make sure they, walk away going, yeah, I had fun, or I learned something today, or we got to do this more often. I wish I could do this more often, and one day I will. Light umber now. But right now, twice a week coloring and once a week farming simulator, that's what fits in my schedule. With everything else life requires. But this is relaxing for me, coming on here and doing this. Even though, yeah, it's a bit nerve-wracking doing this in front of other people. Is, yeah, what if you do mess up? Better hurry up real quick and fix it. There we go. We're going to do that like that. With just a little hint of that moss green in here. Just a little hint like that. All right. Sorry for covering up when I'm coloring, guys. I don't mean to do that. Error adds character. That's right. That's awesome. Jess says you'll see some of his daytime job videos on YouTube as well, but he's quite a funny character. That's awesome. Whiskey says, and he's a mechanic and whatever else needs to be done. That's right. If you know how to do it, jump in and do it. Jack of all trades. 1 minute you got this hat on, the next minute you got this hat on. Jeremy, the most you'll probably hear me say is oops. If I do something I didn't intend to do. Otherwise, you just assume that everything I do is intentional. Sorry, I'm getting a drink. All right. I'm going to leave the crystal for now. let's go down here. Add just a little apple green right here. A little bit right here. Come in with that kelp. Oh, lollipop. Lollipop. Oh, lolly. Everybody know the song? Probably get in trouble for that. Well, feature to remove the audio, the offending audio. So, if I've offended anybody, I don't mean to. If I've stepped on anybody's toes, I don't mean to. I like listening to music when I work, and so I've always got Spotify on when I color. And there it goes again. What is up with that? Why is my driving me crazy? Remember last week it started doing, or last Friday I started doing this too? Yes, an artist always sees their own errors, but hardly anybody else does. That is a true story. And Jeremy says when he cooks from scratch for his roommates, oh, he points out his own mistakes. Why? Don't even bother if they're scarfing down enjoying it. Don't own up to it didn't go right. Yeah, you know that song too, but I couldn't either because it's already gone on to the next song. Jeremy says if Ivy has offended anyone, tough cookies, she is a doll. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know. I haven't gone anywhere. I haven't done anything. I haven't touched any of the settings. Nothing. Literally, nothing has changed that I am doing. I mean, I haven't even gotten up and moved. Nothing. It just all of a sudden out of the blue decides that it doesn't want to cooperate anymore. And that's starting to frustrate me. I've got a full battery. I've got solid Wi-Fi. Oh, there we go. There comes a train. I always say it's something to do with the train. Jeremy's a perfectionist. He enjoys being perfect. That's the only thing I can think of is... Uh-oh. They must send you something in the app or something. I suspect it has something to do with the train. Like maybe the train goes by a Wi-Fi junction box along the way, or a cable box along the way, and it rattles it. That's the only thing I can think of. Or a Wi-Fi tower or something. But I think it has something to do with the train. I'm going to sharpen this pencil real quick. Whiskey Creek says long, short, long, long. That must be the whistle. Oh, you don't enjoy being a perfectionist, you just are. Okay. Oh, okay. They update it in the app. Cool. Road grade crossing, he says. I love that you know that, Whiskey. Well, on Sundays, when I do my PlayStation, I'm going through the PlayStation and it's hardwired to the internet. Don't apologize, Whiskey. I love that you know that. Yeah, that one is, I've got an Ethernet cable, a real fast one, hooked directly into the internet for that. This is kelp green. Maybe Whiskey just comes to my shows now to hear the trains. I'm teasing, Whiskey. I appreciate you being here. I like Whiskey Creek. He is one of our hardworking farmers of America. Don't get me started again on the gratitude I have for him, because ain't no crying in coloring. Anyway, we're just going to put in some simple grass like that. Where'd that apple go? Where did that apple go? There it is. A little bit of that apple green right here. Brighten it up just a tit, just a tote, just a skosh. I can talk today. Well, let's do this side over here. A little bit of that kelp green. Just a touch and just a skosh. Both tried to come out of my mouth at the same time. Does everybody know that word skosh? I realized as I was saying it. Just a touch, just a skosh, just a little. That's what that means. If I ever say something, I have quite a few sayings that apparently people have never heard before. That are Ivy-isms. Like I heard that with my bad ear. I'll catch you on the flip side. They call it fishing, not catching. Y'all have heard those before. There we go. A little grass like that. All right, Whiskey, will do. The trains are like the neighbor on a TV sitcom. They only pop in once or twice, but the audience enjoys them. Ha ha ha! The trains are a popular sidekick in your streams. Well, thank you, Jeremy. Oh, well, I'm glad, Jess. I'm glad you all like the trains. Jess says she has seen train ballast cars that have communication equipment on every car. I wonder if I have those. Jess wonders if I have those. I don't know. It just seems like an awful big coincidence that if I hear the train whistle, chances are it's going to mess up my stream somehow. 4 shakes of a lamb's tail whiskey. Yes, I heard that with my bad ear. And it's usually said exactly like that, too. I don't know why. We're taking a minute to stretch out. It's almost time to go for the day, and I can't believe how fast time has flown today. But we still got 5 minutes. We still got 5 minutes. All right, let's come in here with a little bit of that burnt umber. Color the door here. We still got 5 minutes to color. Let's do it. Break time's over. See, sometimes I let time get away from me. We've been having such a nice time today that the time just flew by. Espresso. Little wrought iron hinges. Little wrought iron door right there. A little bit of burnt ochre on the door. About like that. All right, what do we got left? We got 3 minutes left. All right, where's the periwinkle? We got to put periwinkle on the stones. All right, where's that warm gray? Where did warm gray go? I'm going to run out of time. I cannot find my warm gray. We have to have the warm gray. Uh-oh. Pressure is on. Aha. Warm gray 50%. Now we're speed coloring. Oh no, I've got less than a minute left. I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to make it. We're only going to get one side of the path done. All right. Where's the other one? Where's my cool gray? There it is, right there. And my cool gray 90. Out of time for the day. I thank you all so much for joining me. We will continue on this next Tuesday, 1 p.m. Eastern. I hope you all have a beautiful week. I hope you've had a great time today. I hope you buy Karen's book, The Mystical Lands of Klynnadra, Autumn's Magic by Karen Myers. That's the book we've been coloring in today. You can find it on Amazon. You can also find my coloring books on Amazon if you want. Or hand-drawn artists of all kinds. So if you're an artist out there drawing by hand, let me know. I love to connect. I love to see what you're doing. If you're a colorist, let me know. I want to see everything that you do. Or at least as much as I can. If you play Farming Simulator, you'll know that I'm subscribed to you. If you haven't met me yet, please feel free to say hello. Let me know that you stream Farming Simulator. Chances are good that I'll pop in at one point or another. Friday, we will be coloring from Ivy's Magical Adventures. We've got a sunflower page to finish up there. Then we will be back next Tuesday, 1 o'clock Eastern, and we'll finish this up then. Thank you so much for coming, everybody. I hope you all have a beautiful day. Peace to everyone. I will catch you on the flip side. Thank you all so much for joining me today.